Brum, bum, bum.
Well, hello, welcome once again to Quoth Raven Raven. It's a live draw episode, and we got two people today, myself and Chris Hall.
Hello, hello.
And well, let's show what we did yesterday real quick. I did a live draw dragon. Let me go ahead and there we go.
There we go. Yeah, look at that. That is fantastic, man. I love that. And if you would like to own this is for sale as well, too, right?
Yes, it is. And Chris says it should go for 75. I'm going to start the bidding at 40, and let's see where it goes.
That's fair enough. Yep.
And we'll start it at 40. I'll put that up there in there, and I'll show it periodically.
And you take commissions too, as well, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Commissions, you go to Quoth Raven LBR 72 at gmail.com. Again, let me show you that.
Beautifully rendered dragon, green dragon. Love the fraying on the wings. That's awesome.
And that's a starting bid of 45. It'll go through the next. I'll come back to it again between pieces. Also, I mentioned this yesterday during the show. I came across what I thought was a damaged book. It's not as damaged as I thought. So I finished it up.
That's a sketch cover, right?
Yes, this is a sketch cover of Mars Attacks Occupation number 1.
Very, very cool.
So you can get into some of the detail on that.
Yeah, beautiful brain.
Oh, I was thinking more like the gun.
Oh, the gun's cool too. The gun is extremely cool.
I was trying to be as accurate to the toys as possible.
Because there are different interpretations of the aliens.
Yes. But, yeah, that one's done now, finally. So this one is also starting bid 45.
Yeah, so if you'd like to get some original art, let us know in the comments. Is that your lettering and everything up there too?
The lettering itself is technically printed on the cover.
Okay.
But it is the Mars Attacks red is theirs, but the outline with the green is mine.
Okay.
And the occupation was completely white, so I colored it in and changed and put the red outlines on the letters and everything. It was completely white.
Yeah, I love what you did with that. That's really cool.
So, in fact, I've got another blank cover of one of these. If this particular thing doesn't suit you, I do have another blank one of this issue that I can do another sketch as a commission for. Okay, we're gonna start drawing today, finishing up this little bad boy. Sketch cover of Iron Man #1, Invincible Iron Man #1. This is a book from I don't know what year. They never tell you in the front of the books anymore. You gotta like go back and check some weird things, you know.
Right.
Where the heck is it? Well, we know Agents of Shield was out when this was when this was printed, so that was a while ago. Let's see. This is from 2015, the actual book, but yeah.
Very, very cool. So if you would like to buy the I Am Iron Man cover,
wait until it's done. And then I can figure out what I'm charging. Because this is quite a bit of detail on this one. I'm going to be working on here. And I got to be really careful with how I get this bad boy situated on my drawing thing. And I'm going to actually stop the cam for a second so you guys don't get seasick watching me move the camera. All right, there we go. There's that. Try and get it at the right angle for you guys to see. Put that over here so it's out of the way. His kitty is in heat. Miss Kitty.
She's singing the song of her people.
I'm here now. I'm
right?
of me. I don't know. My cats have always been fixed the minute we got them, pretty much. So
right. Well, she got pulled out of a ditch, so yeah, she didn't come from the Humane Society or anything like that, or the pound.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't really matter. I mean, as soon as I get an animal, because I mean, one of my cats I had a while back called Rue was a little kitten that my dad found at his job working as a security guard, not the gas station, at the bus station. And so rather than see the thing getting run over, he brought it into his his little office and then said, well, I guess I got a kitten. I'm
right. Well, yeah, getting females fixed is exorbitantly expensive where I live. So
yeah, I don't remember being that expensive back then, but it's been a long time. So
yeah.
So anyway, we got Iron Man drawn here. And,
you got to share my screen.
Yes, whoop, add stage.
There we go.
And we got to do this. And there we go. Is that working?
Yep.
And what Chris is working on is computer coloring, Piece of Mind, featuring Catwoman outside in the snow. And he's going to play some games with it. And hopefully you guys can watch him color while I'm doing live draw. Now, Chris said he's got about an hour or so to go, maybe.
Hour and a half? Yeah.
Yeah. But he has a partner and he has a wife that I don't have. So he has to leave before I do.
So how many more pieces do you have to finish, Lewis? You said you had like 4 or 5.
Oh, I've got all kinds of stuff to finish.
Yeah.
I got 18 pieces to ink. As far as, and those aren't small little pieces. Those are 11 by 17s.
And that's to ink, you said?
Yep, just to start getting some inking practice back in, and some new stuff to put up on Deviant and to show off to our friend Dave. And
okay, cool.
But I do need to get some, but it's all pinup stuff mostly, so I need to get some sequentials as well.
Yeah. Well, I can help you out in that department when you're ready.
I've got sequentials, I just haven't printed them out.
Right.
Because sequentials aren't sexy.
Most of the time they're not, no. So as far as time-wise, what takes you longer, drawing or inking? To draw a piece or to ink a piece?
Depends.
Depends on who you're inking.
Yeah. And it depends on the style of drawing.
Okay. That makes sense.
Penciling can take anywhere from a couple hours to 15 to 20 hours a page, depending on the detail I'm drawing in.
Do you find one more intensive or harder? Drawing or inking? Because I know some people can kind of shut their brains off when they're inking, and they just kind of it's muscle memory.
No, they say it's muscle memory. It's not.
I've heard some people say that.
Inking's harder because you have to be more concentrated and pay attention to what you're doing. It's relaxing in some ways, but if you're looking at what you're doing and not just localized, but in context of the whole drawing, and also just making sure you got all the details correct.
Right.
Because the penciler doesn't always draw everything correctly. You have to kind of pay attention to that. And if you don't, you're going to have problems and mistakes in your art, which you're not supposed to have when you're the inker. You're the one who's supposed to draw it, I don't want to say perfect, but as close to correct as possible
right.
for printing production. Whereas the penciler, I know a lot of pencilers are drawing super tight these days, but just because you draw super tight doesn't mean you draw them perfectly.
Right. And they can go a little more loosey-goosey.
They should go a little more loosey-goosey, to be honest. The tighter you go, the harder it is to fix your mistakes.
Right. And a lot of people don't realize that back in the day, and even not as much today, but you would have the penciler, and he would go in and he would do the breakdown or the layout just very loosely, and then you'd have a finishing inker, and the inker would come in and make it look like what you would see in the comic. Which that's just production wise, it's faster, it's more efficient that way.
Well, it is and it isn't. Depends on the inker you got.
True.
I mean,
and you had some legends that had some good inkers and had some really bad inkers.
No, it's not so much that. I mean, there's a big difference between Conan being inked by Ernie Chan or Enrique Alcantara or somebody like that, and because they're just adding a bunch of stuff to the pencils of their own.
Right. Yeah.
And it looks great, don't get me wrong, but it is more of their work than John's in a way.
Right.
Whereas if you had, say Bob McLeod or, Joe Rubenstein or somebody inking Buscema, it looks more like John's work comparatively.
Right.
That's what I was getting at. But it's Now I'm inking with a 06, I think, right now. Yeah, 06 pen. I'm just trying to get certain line weights in here.
Now you're using a technical pen, right?
Yeah, we're using technical pen right now.
And there's different schools of thoughts on using a technical pen. At
Well,
first, oh,
this
go
is
ahead.
this is just for sketches. I tend to go more with traditional tools. It's just that I'm not comfortable inking with Quill um, on this surface. The angle isn't right for me,
Okay.
and I might, like scratch the paper or something, and then just get a big blotch of ink. I don't want to risk that.
Right.
Doing it, and this is a sketch cover, not you know something that I expect to be like being reproduced for print or something to that effect. So
Right. Right.
there's a difference. But yeah,
Well, I mean,
go
I
ahead.
remember when people were, they first started using technical pencils, or at least I think they first started using technical pencils. It was like, no, you can't do that. You have to use a crow quill.
Mhm.
It
Um,
was like a big no-no.
that's editors who didn't know jack squat. um, I hate to tell them, but Terry Austin's been using technical pens since the 70s on some of this stuff.
Right? Yeah.
It doesn't, the tool does not matter. It's how you use the tool.
Yeah. But
You know,
it is more difficult to get proper line weights with a technical pen, right?
mm, variation of line weight. Let's put it that way. With the
Okay.
same pen. Okay. In other words, I can do different things. I'm just doing a base rough of line weight, and then I'm going to go with different sizes for getting smaller and thicker line weight with the pen.
Okay. All right.
That's what I was getting to.
And
But
for those of you that don't know, line weights are the cool thickness and thinness that an inker puts on a line, so it's not just a one-dimensional straight line. It gives the drawing more form and more interesting, makes it more interesting.
theoretical.
Anything you want to add to that
No, you're doing fine.
on line weights? No. I mean, if there's anything else on line weights that I should be adding in there.
No, you're doing all right. I'm good.
Because you can definitely you can tell right away when an anchor doesn't know what they're doing.
Well,
It's typically very obvious.
there is different school of thought on that. I mean, first off, there is not only figuring out line weight, it's figuring out what is fill and what is not fill. And what I mean by fill is what do you fill in completely in black and why.
Yes.
And a lot of people overdo that, as was demonstrated yesterday or last night on Chris's other show, um, Throwing Stones, Glass House Graphics. They had his co-host and founder of Glass House Graphics and agent and editor David Campiti was showing some inking portfolios, and this one guy had done a jungle pages, and oh my god, you could not make out heads or tails of half the stuff because it was just so over rendered in the blacks that you lost depth perception, you lost all kinds of stuff, and it was like, yeah, does this guy know what he's doing?
Right. Yeah. And theoretically, I mean, technically, I guess the colorist can go in and fix that to
No,
a degree, but it's still, they shouldn't have to.
not only should they not have to, but no, you really can't fix. There,
Well, with color holds, you can kind of fix it.
I'm gonna quote Ron. You can't fix stupid. And that was stupid. Oh man, it was horrible. I'm sorry. I could have been very. I would have been very cool. I mean, Dave was being very, very super polite last night on that. Um,
Yeah, that was David Campiti light.
yeah. Now,
But
as you
that
can
being
see,
said, if you do, oh, go ahead, Lewis. I'm sorry.
now as you can see, I'm kind of going with a smaller pen now. It's 0.5. Get some of these smaller line weight detail in here. And I'm doing a lot of technical stuff, and I'm actually adding detail that might not seem like it belongs, or why is he putting that in there? Part of it is just illusion of detail for technology and stuff, but it does have its purpose in there. But I'm trying to do kind of a Travis Charest type thing here, the way he draws technical stuff.
Right. And when you draw tech, do you reference it from actual tech, or do you just make it up as you go?
This one I'm directly looked at some Charest Richard Friend pieces and like modified it to fit this thing. But I do combination of photo reference for mechanical stuff and making these like a.
Okay, very cool.
I tried, I'm kind of like the George Perez school of thought on technology, if that means anything.
So, what is George Perez's school of thought?
Lots of geometric shapes with noodling.
Lots of noodling, yeah.
But no, you kind of have to know what it is you're drawing and why when you're doing technology.
Yeah, I've had people ask, like, I've seen people ask, I want to be a comic artist. What should I focus on with my drawing? Learning how to draw. Should I focus on anatomy? You just like, nope, focus on everything. You need to know how to draw everything.
Draw everything. No, you're not drawing nude people. You gotta learn how to draw clothes, how they fit on people. Spandex does not fit like, no. It does have, something to look on it. I mean, look at, how spandex looks on normal people on TV.
Right.
Look at how the costumes look in the movies. They do not they're not skin tight. They have thickness and weight to them that controls how they move and controls how they can pose even,
Right.
You can't crouch down a certain pose because the clothes are too tight or doesn't bend that much,
Yeah.
or whatever, it makes a difference,
So yeah, if you want to learn how to be a comic artist, learn how to draw everything.
I recommend if you go to school and you're not going to the Cubic school or Savannah College of Art and Design, you're just going to go to regular art school, like I did, because I didn't have option to go to those schools at the time, back in the 90s. I started with 3 semesters of figure drawing, 1 semester of fashion design, which kind of was a bitch, but you got to do it.
Right.
people think, how do you do fashion? That's because you got to know how clothes fit, and you got to know how it helps you design costumes. Trust me.
Exactly. And there are books on it as well.
Sure, but it's not just what you can get from a book learning. You can learn from people who actually make it. It gives you a different level of understanding.
Right, exactly. But just say for conversation that someone can't afford to go to art school,
Okay.
if they're going to get a book, like would you say like Bern Hogarth's uh, dynamic cloth, or I can't remember the exact name of the book. Would you say that's a good?
Uh, Ironically, I don't have a lot of those kind of reference books. Not anymore. So it's like I don't think about it that much. I
Okay.
should think more about them. I tend to think that I'm just going to fill this black. I don't like that shape of that surface. So I'm just going to fill it in black. Stand out and draw something attention wise to it for depth of background anyway if I do it that way. Okay. Let me see. We were talking about
if you can't afford to go to art school, like some good books. I don't know if you know any offhand. Of course, there's the ever classic, like Dynamic Anatomy. There's Bern Hogarth has a whole series of books out.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Hogarth.
And some people aren't. Yeah.
I mean, it's not that you won't learn from him; you will. It's more. I would say study your anatomy from actual biology and anatomy books rather than a book. And then try to figure out and extrapolate the ideology of the science onto the art. Does that make sense?
It does, yes. Basically, know the bones, know the bones and the basics of what you're drawing, and then learn how to put them into motion and into 3D space.
Right.
Because if you think comic art is just 2D, it is not. You are actually putting figures into 3D space on a 2D surface.
Correct. And I would say, come on, clicking that line up there. There's a little fucking these lines here. Oops. No, I was always like learning initially before I got to school by figuring out what artwork I like. Well, how do I draw like that?
Right.
And I think that's what a lot of people do.
Yeah, they start by emulating or copying their favorite artists.
Right. So, I tended to gravitate more towards Perez, Bern, and Garcia Lopez comics initially. And that was fine. That worked for a time. You can still see with heavy dosage of influence in my pencils. But when I got to college, well, those styles have certain flaws in anatomy, because, well, it's just your style, and I got the style down, I didn't understand necessarily the underdrawing, the infrastructure, I guess you could say, of the illustration.
Right.
And that's what you need to learn is the infrastructure of your illustration before you can really get the dynamicism and everything correct.
Yeah,
And and,
because
and when I say
okay.
dynamicism, I mean, people will say, well, Kirby doesn't draw anatomically correct. No, he doesn't, but he understood anatomy and deliberately went outside of the anatomical correctness to get his style.
Yes, you have to know the rules before you can break them.
Right, and that's the thing. Uh, you'll look at McFarlane or Liefeld, and they just completely botch everything when it comes to. Oh my God, their anatomy sucks. Uh, but it's not that they don't know anatomy. I know it doesn't look like they do, but they do. There is a certain method to what they do and why they do it.
Yeah,
And
which is where your style comes in.
right, and whether you like it or don't like it, there's a reason for it. Whereas a lot of their students, their copycats who came in under their studios later on, they understood the gloss. They didn't understand the whys of it, shall we say?
Right.
And that showed in their work.
Because it's okay to, when you're first starting out, to copy and to emulate an artist that you like, but you have to understand that what you're seeing on that comic page is basically cliff notes of what's actually going on. It's their style, it's their anatomy shortcuts, it's what they're doing to make things more dynamic and look,
The way
more
they
wow. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um
Whereas I'm sitting here just doing a lot of technical drawing right now. He's
yeah.
gonna get the figure. What's he gonna do?
So yeah, a long way to say learn the basics before you can
Yeah.
break the rules and develop your own style.
Yeah.
And it's like that with anime too. A lot of people emulate anime because they're like, "Oh, that's easy. I don't, you don't have to know proper anatomy when you color anime." Well, yes, you do. You want to do it correctly.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's why I firmly believe that's one of the reasons why anime style is so popular, because people wrongly assume that it's easier to draw. Would you agree with that or no?
Not necessarily. I mean, certain styles of anime are easier, I suppose, but I wouldn't say anime as a whole is easier to draw than any other style, particularly.
I mean, like with characters, because for example, like instead of drawing like the proper musculature in the arm, there's a straight tube, and people assume that
Yeah. Again, it just depends. If I'm drawing like there's a certain style of like geometrical anime, I guess I call it, where the musculars are all drawn in triangles and squares and stuff like that.
yes,
And then there's more like what you see from Otomo Katsuhiro, or what you see from Lone Wolf and Cub. Can't think of his name.
okay, yeah.
But that's more of a traditional anatomically correct styling. See?
Right.
So again, it just depends on what you're talking about. Because when people think anime, they might think of a certain category or subset of the genre, or of the medium, I should say, not the genre. And it just depends on the cartooniness and what you want to do, I guess. But it's like looking at Bruce Timm. Bruce Timm is very geometrically Kirby-esque, but he's also almost simplified Kirby in a way.
Exactly.
In a way, but for animation, and you have to still understand how anatomy works to get that simplicity correct, if that makes sense.
Yeah, to make it look right.
Yeah.
To
And
make it, so someone doesn't look at that and go, it's good, but there's something off about that,
yeah.
But people, I think like people look at like, for example, One Punch Man,
Okay.
and they're like, oh well, I can do that. Like that's easy. And then they start, drawing like that and assume that, oh hey, I'm an anime comic artist.
Well, the thing is, oh, hey, I can do that. Okay, sit your butt down and see you do it. They cannot.
Right.
That's the thing, because they'll sit there and draw it, and I'll sit there and go, well, this is what you did wrong, and here's why.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it's like, you can create a look that doesn't make you necessarily the artist,
Right.
How do I explain this? This paper was toothy today. That means it's gripping the pen tip and pulling out a line weight thicker than I want, making it not look as clean. And I don't know why.
Is it just standard Bristol?
No, this is not standard Bristol. It's just all the different papers on comic covers. You never know what you're going to get.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
And different tech pens have different types of nibs and different kinds of ink that flow differently. So that makes a difference too. And this is a newer pen set that I had not used before yesterday. So I'm kind of experimenting, but I know what I'm doing, but I'm experimenting because every tool, once you start a new tool, you do have a learning curve on it.
Right. Yeah, it doesn't matter how many years you've been doing it. It's always a bit of experimentation.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't like how that looks. Go back, do it differently. Yeah. So what is your take on brush pens? Do you like brush pens or?
Yeah. Love brush pen when I'm doing for the right size. I didn't when I was younger. I was very much a technical and full brush and Brookwell, type pen artist when I first started. But that was because, well, that's what I was taught.
Right, right.
And, but as I got more and more into the day-to-day grind of being an inker, and also just seeing what other people could do with different tools, I was like, well, what's the big deal? Why not use this if I can? If it makes it that much faster, get something done and get the effects you want. The whole point is to get this as quickly completed for deadline as possible and not kind of messed up the angle there, but that's all right. Again, this is a sketch, but I'll see what I can do that.
And as far as coloring goes, I've had, people like, well, what do you prefer? Do you prefer like cut and grad? Do you like use brushwork? I do a mix. I do what works for the section I'm working on.
Mm-hmm.
If it's if using a brush is easier and looks better, use a brush. There's nothing that's saying you can't mix techniques.
Right. Okay. Um, I know I said hello, Grant. I don't know if you heard me. I don't know if he's still in the room.
Oh, is Grant here?
Yeah.
Oh, hi, Grant.
Yeah, I did put his hello to us on the screen, but I don't know. You were talking when I put it up there. I said, "Hey,"
Oh,
but
okay.
I didn't know if you heard me. So I just wanted to say yes. I did notice
Well,
you.
hi, brother. And for people who don't know, Grant is
Grant is a writer and illustrator who does multiple books. He does Beowulf. He does Tales of the Morbid, I think is what it's called, and he does League of Cryptids, which we recently did a pinup for him of one of his characters from that series, the Jersey Devil. Um, and he's got a new campaign that's starting soon for the next issue of that. So be sure to check him out on Facebook
very, very cool.
and on Kickstarter. Again, that's League of Cryptids, I believe is what the new one is going to be. And I don't know if our piece is going to be used as a extra or what yet. He hasn't talked to
Oh,
me.
like an alternate cover or what? Yeah.
I have no idea if anything at all. You know, to be honest, he hasn't said. But
But
you know,
whatever he uses it for,
yeah,
cool.
if he uses it, you know, it could be just something for him. You know, we don't care.
And speaking of pieces,
Mm-hmm.
like for personal use, I'm going to be getting a package from Lewis tomorrow.
Is
Right?
it?
Tomorrow or Tuesday.
It said that here's the receipt. The receipt says it's coming tomorrow, estimated.
Very cool. I'm excited.
But I sent you the tracking number, so you can tell me where it's at.
Lewis has very generously sent me a care package, and it is full of prints and original art. So I'm excited for my wall for my new office. So I'm pretty excited about that. And apparently a bunch of t-shirts because I'm not cool enough because I don't have t-shirts with stuff on them. All my t-shirts are plain.
No. I sent you all plain T-shirts. It was you didn't have any color to speak of. Your old one.
Oh, okay, I see.
I was like, don't you have any color? You're like, no, it's all black.
Well, Angie likes me in blue and black, so that's what she buys, and that's what I wear.
No, notice he put it in blue and black, not black and blue. Black and blue.
Angie likes me in black and blue. Oh, that's funny.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna take a stuff away for a moment. Sorry about that.
That's all right.
I'm trying to find the right angle and I put it in the wrong place. Do it this way. Okay, I'll be right back. Gotta go get my laundry.
Okay. So if anybody has any questions for me in the comments, let me know. I'm just going to be continuing to work here while Lewis steps away for a minute. Right now I'm adding some texture to the concrete behind Catwoman here. And in a lot of aspects, colors have it easier because if, the artist wanted to put texture in during the inking or penciling process, that's all got to be by hand. Whereas I can just grab brush. And add it in. So a lot of times the artist will leave areas like that blank because it's easier to put it in, the texture in the color. Not sure where Lewis went.
So with us, Chris?
Yep, I am.
Okay. Sorry about that, folks. I had a little restroom emergency on top of that.
That's okay.
Oh. Let's go ahead and get this back to 9.
So I finished Catwoman.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Okay. You took it off.
Yeah, I'll put it back up. This is a Bruce Timm piece that I was also working on. So, but
Okay.
let me put Catwoman back up.
And when you took it down, I don't have any of your pictures. Period. You gotta I gotta have it so I can invite you back in. You know, put it back up on screen.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, we'll do.
So whatever you were trying to show people Bruce Timm, they didn't get to see.
All right.
But we'll show them in a minute.
Oh, 1 second here then.
Yeah, sorry about that. I did not expect the bathroom situation.
Hey, it happens.
I'm waiting.
It's not giving me the screen that I want.
Okay.
Well, let me close Photoshop down and open it back up. That might have something to do with it.
Yeah, his Photoshop is kind of cranky that way.
Well, see, I despise the new Photoshop versions. They're just nothing but problems and issues, and it's just so. 2019 is the last stable version of Photoshop, so that's what I use.
Hmm.
Okay, so I'm gonna get out for a second. I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, I just was not sure what was going on there. As soon as I got up to go take care of the laundry, I was like, oh, that too. Okay. Well, I'll just go do that. And, no, you're going to be there a while. Oh, well. That's what I get for eating before bed or something, I guess. Let's see. Where is Chris? Hopefully he's not having problems rebooting his computer again. Usually going back out and in pretty quick. But he did say he had to shut it down, so he probably has to reload the whole computer. It's annoying. So, how are you guys doing today? Your Sunday going well? I'm thinking with a 005 tip right now. Probably the thinnest one I've got. I think I might have a 003 as well. I'm trying to get all the minor details. There he is.
Hello, hello. All right, let me get my screen back up here.
Did you have to reboot the whole computer again?
No, just Photoshop. So there's Deja, and then can you see Catwoman there?
Yep. Okay.
I don't think it's showing on my screen though. There we go. Okay, cool.
All right. Yeah. I didn't realize you'd gotten it done. I was busy working on my thing. I didn't realize how fast you were working. I feel like an idiot.
No, not at all. So I got this done. So I'm going to move on to Deja.
Okay. Can you blow that up a little bit?
The Catwoman
No,
or
the Deja.
Deja.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a little better. Now this is on Bruce Timm, you said?
Yeah, this is over Bruce Timm, or under Bruce Timm, I should say.
Yeah. Okay, and of course, you're showing boobage, but that's the way it is.
That's okay, right? It's just Deja Thors.
Right. Hold on a second. Now I gotta put this down.
What?
I just had to put that little notice in there.
Oh. I mean, I could pick something else.
No, you're all right.
Okay.
Yeah. You're right now. You're on focusing on Mars Tarkus anyway.
Right. Have you ever done any John Carter or Deja Thoris or anything like that?
I inked over Marcio Abreu, Deja. Remember?
Oh, that's right. Yeah. I have so many different things and so many projects going. I don't remember. My memory isn't what it used to be.
Many long years ago.
Right? Exactly. Was that that's the old gray mare, she ain't what she
Yeah.
used to be, right? Ain't what she used to be.
It took you a second.
I got it though. I love those old songs. One of the reasons why I love Looney Tunes so much. Like, where else are you going to get a classical music education, right? At home on a Saturday morning.
PBS Juilliard presents.
I like my Looney Tunes.
You just like Bugs Bunny and drag.
I do. I do. Absolutely. Who doesn't? And hello, my baby. Hello, my darling. Hello, my ragtime gal. Send me a kiss by wire. Baby, my heart's on fire. If you refuse me, honey, you lose me. You'll be left alone. Oh, baby, telephone and tell me I'm your own.
I don't know if you heard that.
What?
I tried to do the croak, but I couldn't.
Oh.
Not loud enough, anyway. Because you said what, so if you said what, you didn't hear it.
I did not hear it, no.
Yeah, that's no biggie. Nothing in the world. Should I color this or just stick with black and white, you think?
I am, when it comes to like armor and tech stuff like that, I am partial to black and white.
Mm-hmm.
Or even grayscale, but that's just me.
Mm-hmm. So cute, the poor thing.
I know. I'm egging her on.
Kitty.
This is all your fault.
You did this to me.
No, you didn't do anything.
No, I did not.
I mean,
But she's also been trying to dart outside too. Like every chance she can get, she wants outside.
well, of course.
She's
We'll find someone to do
she's
something.
like, right? She's like, "Hello, Tom," waving from the window.
Get a tomcat named Tom Cruise.
She's got a few boyfriends around the neighborhood.
Well, I know I got 2 people watching. Say hello. If it's not Grant.
Yeah. Say hello. If you have any questions on what Lewis and I are doing, feel free to ask.
I'm just trying to. I guess we're gonna have to put that cat one on our EA pages now.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You still have the black and white file?
I do.
Okay.
Absolutely. I always say the original.
Yeah, I probably have it somewhere. I just don't know where it is in my files. That's why I asked. I have to scan and grab so many files for the shows that I can't remember anything.
Right? Yeah. So
You're
Lewis.
gonna feel the same way when you keep doing that show for David.
Oh geez, you know how many PDFs I had to make yesterday and upload?
30.
Yeah, it was a lot. It was a lot.
So you got a question for me?
What's that? Oh, I did get. I said, so do you believe that dreams mean something?
Okay, that was a new one I wasn't expecting. That came from nowhere, right? Well, not from nowhere. It came from your crazy mind.
I'm just curious because I had one last night.
Okay, well, just a second. Before I ask what the heck that dream was, it's been my experience that yes, some dreams do mean something, but exactly what you never really hard to say. But go ahead. What is it that you dreamed? If it's safe to be shared.
It is. It is. So Angie and I were on this property, right? And I don't even recognize the property. It wasn't like our current house or anything like that, but it was this just huge property. And we're walking along, and I see these like slug-sized worms, like brown worms on the ground, and they're all over the place. And they kind of like form a trail. And so we follow this trail, and there's 3 giant holes in the ground. And inside those holes were like little pits, like, the kind that gave you the creeps.
Mm-hmm.
I can't think of the name of the phobia, but yeah, the ones that like that pattern that gives you the creeps. And they had exploded, and there were these giant mounds of like worms all over the ground. And I'm like, oh, the birds are going to have a field day with this. And as soon as I said that, like 50 birds showed up. And so there's birds all over the yard, the property, and they're just mowing on these worms.
Okay.
And then Angie turned my fan off, and I woke up enough to stop the dream. So I dreamt about worms.
I was waiting for you to tell me that the birds were all ravens or something.
They might have been, you never know. They might have been ravens. I don't remember.
Well, the thing is, ravens don't eat worms.
But, or unless you're Dr. Pole, then it's worms. Worms everywhere. Yeah. So, would you say that means
Dr. Pole is? He's a veterinarian. That he watched
in Michigan that lives about, like, I don't know, 4 hours away from us or something like that, 3 hours.
I need to go find Dr. Pole to fix my cat.
So, would you say that dream means something? Or it would, like, just some weird shit?
For you, weird shit. For
like
me,
that is by far one of the weirdest dreams I've ever had.
for you, it's weird. For me, it's every Tuesday.
No, that's funny.
But no, I thought you were going to say something like, yeah, there's all these worms, and all of a sudden, the giant raven came down and swooped down or something. Yeah.
I don't remember what kind of birds they were.
Well, it couldn't have been important then.
Yeah. Hey. Okay, hold on. I gotta let the dogs out. I'll be right back.
He's always letting the dogs out.
Come on, guys. Let's go outside, babies.
Okay. We're getting to... It says I should leave this black and white. What do you guys think on screen watching? Should I leave this black and white, or should I go full color? Let me know. And I'm going to show you the finished black and white here in just a moment. We're almost there. I'm just looking at what else I do here.
Alrighty.
You didn't let me out. You let them out. You didn't let me out.
That's about it too.
Come on, you mean person. Ow. Is there any cats like looking for her?
Oh yeah, every time she's in heat, there's some toms that show up.
Oh, okay,
They kind of wait out there, wait around.
okay. I mean, I didn't know if there was any like really around because I don't know what's there or not there. You know,
Right, right, right. Yeah, there's always somebody. There's always.
because to me, you guys got to remember, I haven't lived in Michigan since the early '90s, and where I lived, he's in Alpena, which is still, even though it's rural, it's still a town.
Right.
There is a population base and stuff. Where I lived in Michigan, it was the woods. Even though it was a few miles, it was like what 30, 40 miles south in Greenbush. There is nothing in Greenbush, as he can tell you. Um,
Right.
you blink it, you blink and you miss as you pass on the main highway. There was a what there was the post office and the tavern, and that's it, right?
I think so. Yeah, the Greenbush Tavern. Yeah.
And everything else was like, houses on the lake, the big lake, Lake Huron, and then where I lived on Cedar Lake, and Cedar Lake is wooded area mostly, so it's like you don't really. People kept their animals around, but most of the time you kept your pets inside, the cats, because you never knew when the skunks were going to be around or the
Coyotes.
no, we didn't have coyotes. I don't know where you got coyotes up there, but
Oh
that's
yeah, we got coyotes.
oh, okay. I don't know where they came from.
It's actually year round open season on coyotes, I believe, still because there's so many of them. So to keep the population down.
Wow. Okay, I did not know that.
Yeah.
Wasn't like that when we were there. Um, somebody must have transported them, brought them in, I guess. But
Yeah,
anyway,
there was just a population boom. We're not. I don't know why, but
yeah.
and they if you don't keep them under control, they decimate the deer population. And
They just
I
made
mean,
everything.
they do keep the deer population under control, but
Well, the difference between keeping the population under control and decimating it.
right, and screwing it up for the hunters.
Right. Which is important because people do hunt for meals up there.
Oh yeah, well, and hunting season is huge. Like we still get the schools here still get the first day of deer season off. It's a citywide holiday.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Um, let me see. I did that. I did that. I'm going to go ahead and cross hatch this. Shaving. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to. Where is that darn straight edge? Where did I put it? Not over there. I don't know where I put it. I'll just move on back here for a second. Come back forward. Okay, quick question.
Yes.
Should I put Kirby Crackle in these areas to suggest a power energy
Hold it up if you could.
in these areas?
Can you hold it up? I personally kind of, well, maybe a wide one where there's not a whole lot going on, because that does kind of separate the helmet from the background.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, maybe not like a real heavy Kirby Crackle, but just like a sparse one.
Mm-hmm. Well, let me, before I don't want to do it with the
It's either that or define the highlight, the shadows in the helmet more.
or just leave the Kirby Crackle in pencil.
Yeah, you could do that too.
See what happens. Might pencil it in. My goodness, that your cat's calling my cat now.
I know, she doesn't stop.
He's like, what?
He's like, I hear you, sister. I hear you. Power to the people. We shall rise. Catkind will no longer be oppressed. No longer will we happily eat kibble. We will demand fresh meat, fresh kills. That's my catafesto.
Okay, well, you're almost up for time yourself.
I am, yes. So I'm gonna have to jump off here.
But give me a quick summation here of what you guys think here of the Kirby Crackle idea here. This is can all get erased. I'm just putting pencil in to kind of get an idea.
For those of you who don't know what the Kirby Crackle is, that was a style of energy that was invented and defined by Jack Kirby. And it's a bunch of it's like random, it's dots, right? How would you describe it?
Yeah, basically random circles and dots.
And that was how Kirby showed energy. And it's become famous.
And I'm kind of also doing a energy band around mine.
Yeah, people have other artists have expanded upon the Kirby Crackle.
But okay. Whoop. Come here, camera. All
Yeah.
right. You see what I'm doing?
Oh yeah, I like that.
You think should I fill it in with the blacks heavy or
I
just
would fill it. I would fill it in, yeah, because then that'll pop his face more.
okay? All right. All right. And then I got to do it on this side then too, just to kind of balance out the page.
All right, ladies and gents, I am going to jump off, but I guess next live draw I'm on, or live color, I will hopefully be able to finish this up.
All righty, buddy. I appreciate you stopping in.
Yeah, happy to do it.
Yeah. Next week, have you guys decided yet on who's going to be on your show, or has that been clarified yet?
It has not been clarified yet. We have a pre-recorded piece from Cliff Richards. And I know David is talking to some other like line artists and colorists too. So,
Okay.
but nobody definitively yet. We'll probably announce that on Monday, and I'll have the ad for it. So,
Okay.
the advertisement for it.
Tomorrow I review some manga. We'll get to that in a little bit later.
Yes, it is Manga Monday.
Yes. And if Chris gets his package in the mail, we'll do like a live unboxing, maybe. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah. He wants to geek out on whatever I sent him. He has no idea what he's getting himself into.
Right?
What the heck is this?
And I think, what is this? Why is it buzzing?
Why is it ticking?
Yeah, why is it? What is this? And why is it ticking and counting down? All right, y'all. I'm gonna pop off then. You have a great rest of your afternoon and enjoy Lewis's Invincible Iron Man.
And hopefully another piece as well.
All right, later.
Later. Okay. Now you get a whole much better scene of mine, what I'm doing. I know it's kind of hard when we got multiple people to see what all everyone's doing. But this way, I'm not being totally quiet while I'm drawing. I'm not the most talkative person when I draw by myself. At a convention, I'm a lot more talkative because there's people right in front of me and you're conversing. But sometimes with the live draw, I get a little quiet, and that's kind of why we brought Chris into it, was so that I would have more, I guess you could say, interaction. Okay, that looks good. So now we don't want to use the 0.5. We'll use the point. We'll do the 0.6 to get the rings filled quickly. Hope you guys liked his Catwoman colors over my pencils. The Deja Vu, I did not expect him to do that. Pull that one up. Some people are going to say his colors were a little dark. I'm going to take another look at that when I get a chance. Chris does tend to color a little dark and then go light. That's just his technique, I think. And we'll show that piece again a little more. Quick question. Do people want us to do more live draws or, not quite as long as what I'm doing today, but like, maybe half hour, 45-minute pieces that I know I'm going to have done, or quick sketch pieces. Because a lot of people are asking me if I can do the burn 15-second sketch or whatever. I'm like, I'm not going to do that, but I could probably do something where you guys can see the difference between a 5-minute sketch and an hour sketch, or hour sketch with a 2-hour sketch or whatever. But I tend to take whatever it takes me to do drawing. But I can set things up so I know how long it'll take me to do a piece before I do it. These I'm just doing live draw like this. I don't really know how long it's going to take me because I'm just making stuff up as I go. But I can kind of put myself in, I guess, what you call con mode, convention mode. Because with conventions, you kind of have to a little faster because people are waiting for their stuff that day, and everybody wants to get as many as they can get done, or get as many people, commissions done as possible, I should say. I think I'm gonna have what I call live draw after dark, which will be later in the evening, for when Chris wants to bring out the boobies like that. I don't think he meant to do that. He wasn't thinking. He tends to just like grab a file. But if we do it after dark, you'll know it's not safe for work. Right? Keep the kitty stuff, you know, keep it PG-13. Of course, at least it is Bruce. It was Bruce Timm at least, so you kind of know it's cartoony and whimsy and Oh, what's the next piece? Well, if we get this one finished, and I still haven't heard from you guys oh, everybody left. So I guess everybody was more interested in talking to Chris and seeing Chris's colors than they were um, my pencils. So or my work. So that solved that, I guess. I'm gonna finish this off then and leave it at black and white then, I guess. And again, I apologize for having to take that long break there. This should have been done already. I wasn't expecting to have to use the restroom for like 15, 20 minutes there. Felt like I was in there that long. Let me get this done. Trying to get a little closer in on this. No, that doesn't mean people won't come back because they'll, this is a longer show. This is only, what, an hour and 40 minutes in, maybe? Hour 47? Yeah. We got another 2 hours or so to go. 2 hours and 15 minutes, say. So, we got other things. And I might even just show you a quick sketch after this one. I'll show you what a quick sketch actually looks like. Who's my favorite inker? Oh Lord. Um. Hmm. I don't know. That's a good one. Um. I guess I'm partial to Terry Austin on some things. There's feeling a little more black in here. There's a little bit of like showing through on some of these. Mhm. Get that small pen again. Just a little cleanup on the edges here. Okay. This should finish this one. And I think what I'll do is I'll put a little bit of a gray tone in this. And the reason I'm doing that is to create one more level of depth of separation. This makes the logo pop a little bit more. It gives the lab a little more coloration depth. course, Chris is wanting me to do some inking on full pages, and I agree. I need to figure out a way to do that so you guys can watch it. Yeah, that works. I think I'll even do this. Okay. Let's pull this up a little bit. If someone says they want me to do this in color, uh, email me at quotheravenlbr72@gmail.com. Otherwise, this one is like $35 for now. If it was color, maybe, uh, maybe 50 or 65 for this one in color, full color. But for now, Iron Man, $35. And we'll go ahead and get on the next one. Now, what am I going to draw next? Well, let's go ahead and kind of get crazy a little bit. I know you guys are going to do something pretty much like quick sketch. How can I do a quick sketch? So I'm just going to grab a blank sheet. We're at the 2-minute mark. I'm going to go ahead and, or 2-hour mark, I should say. And grab my blue line pencil. Okay. Now I'm going to sit this down for just a second. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let's see what happens here. You guys want me to do quick sketches or a jam piece or something, huh? All right. Okay, I got 5 minutes here on my timer. Let's see what I can do in 5 minutes. I wonder what I'm drawing here. Well, I'm going to draw kind of a fly person or fly man. Okay. Let's go ahead and get into the pencils real quick here. So I've already got over half my time gone. Now, this is just very quick. I'm not even really. want to try and get the space. Well, there you go. That was my now the thing won't shut up. That's why I don't use my timer very often. Because it always goes and goes and goes. Mm-hmm. Toss it to the side. Finish this off here real quick. For one piece. And I'll keep trying to do it every 5 minutes or so with a new sketch. I'm gonna get my eraser. I don't like how that came out. And again, this is just me goofing off with this, doing a quick fly person type thing. It'll probably take about 10 instead of 5, but okay. piece there. I'm gonna grab this with a pencil. I can just fill that in. Just have it black. Shading in roughly. And, like I said, we'll just do some quick stuff here. This would be like a quick 5-10 minute sketch of the fly person, whatever. I'm going to go ahead and throw a tie on him for the hell of it. Okay. There. And quick monster doodle there. Now let's go to another character. Let's go ahead for another. Let's see if I can get a. Okay. I got a 10-minute timer on my clock. That should be okay. Let's go back to the blue line. Let's do some weird stuff here. Okay, let's do it. Just thinking one thing, it's not. So I'm going to have to change some things here, which is fine. I don't know why I was thinking he had. Well, he does have that. It just depends on the version you get of him, I guess. What I'm trying to do is draw Chip from Green Lantern a little bit here, but I haven't. I'm trying to get the good or a good version. There we go. That's a lot better. Now let's go ahead and get the furriness on the sides of the cheek. All right. Let's do the mask. It's a little more cartoony looking, but that's okay. Let's see. Circle. Bring down the logo. Tail over here on the side. Keep that pushy tail over here. Apparently he has how many fingers? 3, maybe? Okay. This is real quick. So I don't know how much film I've actually got. About 4 minutes. This is the best way for me to get myself back into practice for drawing quickly again. I haven't drawn in so long. Um, Minute 13. Can he finish this chip in time? A second. I got time to erase. So we'll just get this. Nope. Didn't quite finish it, but okay. Let's pause it. Nope. Pause. All right. So let's just say I got it in about 10 minutes and 30 seconds there, which is not my fastest time for doing shit. I didn't get the green linen logo in there either. So maybe 11 minutes for this quick sketch. I know you guys want me to do faster. Or, again, these are just me doodling anyway, but let me get that eraser and get that kind of correct there. Okay. That's not horrible, but it's not like finished either. I wish you guys could see it better than I've been able to get it to show you guys. Yeah. Let me go ahead and take this off. This closer to you guys. We're gonna move it up. I'm gonna try to get the character. Again, I'm just drawing doodles. These are nothing important. Forget the blue line this time and see what happens. Go lower it there. You guys will get to see the other in a minute. Let's pick a character. What does he want me to do? Really? Okay. Let me look that up real quick. I don't know why he wants that, but okay. We'll go ahead and do that. I guess. Let me think. Someone wants me to draw Odie, so I'm gonna do an Odie. Um, Because apparently I'm not supposed to be able to draw Odie. Um, I don't know why I wouldn't be able to draw Odie, but okay. You may not be my absolute best Odie right now, but just has the one spot, right? I don't know. It's been a while since I've drawn him. Um, that's not the best Odie, but I mean, it looks like him. It's a little bit off model from Jim Davis, but I haven't drawn Odie in like at least a couple of years. I get the nose. Yeah, I got the nose right. His nose isn't. Yeah, that's got the big mouth. He doesn't have the. Okay. That's what I think of that one. Meh. All right, but we'll draw some more stuff in here. I draw all kinds of things when I do sketches like these. This is just a quick one man jam, I guess you call it. Next character. Okay, someone just no. What in the world is going on here? I don't know. Am I going to ink these? I don't know. Probably some point. I don't know. But if I ink them, I'm going to clean them up anyway. But why? Are you waiting for them to be inked or something, or you want them to be inked? Let's see. What's another character you guys? I'm supposed to draw here. Okay. don't know if we do this. I don't know why. These characters don't match. I will do what I can. No, I'm not doing that. It's not going to sit in that area. Do them up here. I don't know why I want this character. But they do. Nope, not liking it. This doesn't feel quite right. Part of it's me just drawing too fast for me right now, but I'll figure it out. That looks better. Weird Rita Junior type Wolverine is what he wanted, but we need to do that. So hopefully I did okay there. Um, Again, I'm going to be redrawing, not redrawing, I should say, inking these eventually, I guess. But then when I get into that, I can get it more looking like Bermuda, I guess. Let's see. What else you guys want? Let's see. You guys didn't see the Odie there. There's the Odie. Not my best Odie, but why is that blurring? There we go. Okay. Drop on my characters in, right? Let's see. Hmm. Trying to think of which character would be cool, which guys haven't seen in a while. I don't know. No, you don't want that. I was thinking about drawing a certain character from old series of mine, but you guys don't want him. That won't work. What might work though, if I redraw that area. Do the blind shoulder there. Okay, we got two more pieces to put on this carrot on this thing. I gotta figure out what I'm drawing. No, you don't want that. Okay. Someone knew what I was drawing and said no. Don't want to see that character. Okay. You guys don't see it in the chat. You're seeing, I get little private messages as well from different people. I mean, Facebook you're watching, or it's not Facebook, Messenger, and they're like, no, don't draw that character. And the Midnight Monster's like, what are you drawing? Hi. What? Hello, kitty. There he is. You see him? That's what everybody wanted. Yeah, everybody wanted to see the kitty. Now everybody's seen the kitty. Okay, everybody's seen the boy. Yeah, now they can all go away, right? Because they saw you. I'm the star of the show. No. You're looking at me like, can I come up there? No, you can't. Not when I'm drawing. You know that. How many characters can you do on a one-man channel? Well, it depends on the size of the page, but why do you ask? um, let's see. Can you do Jim Lee style? Maybe. I don't know. What am I doing? Batman, of course. It's typical. You want me to do Batman? All right, I'll try and draw Batman. Oh, over. Um, Annoying. Okay. Just a second. All right. Let's see what I can do. You guys want me to draw that? I don't know why, but you do. And it's not just any band. Why would you just draw? That would be too easy. He wants it done in a certain style. So I will do what I can. This is probably doesn't look anything like him, but I'm gonna try. Um, do this. That, that. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm trying to figure it out here. It probably doesn't do anything like that style, but I'm gonna keep going with it. I don't think it is really capturing that much. Right? I don't really draw like that very often, so quick Batman, I guess. I don't know. It's really not in the style that it should be. Um, it's not the way I would normally draw them. Um, Someone wanted me to do a kind of like not Jim Lee, but like Jim Lee. Okay, I don't know what that means exactly. It's kind of a, I mean, he does a lot of weird hatching and really like, but that's probably the way I draw this way. I'll play with that later. There's still more room on this to draw, so let's go ahead and do that. Oh, another. Okay, okay, all right, all right. Well, I already got Wolverine on here. I don't need another Wolverine. What do you want? That is one that I could do. Theoretically, anyway. You know what? Okay, I can do that. Get a Wolverine, get that. Cool. I don't know. What to put? All right. We want beautiful. Oh, you got to put Garfield on there. All right. You want to get rid of them left. Put Garfield in there. Makes sense, I guess. Oh, I screwed that up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Here. Mm, no, you don't want that. Yeah. Yeah. Mm, okay. Well, I can't put that on there, so we'll just figure out something else. Oh, okay. Just I don't know why it wants that, but no, I'm not doing that. It's not going to look good. Not in that space anyway. Try again. Oh, all right. Just draw a little balloon, a weird face in it to be a growing. All right, never mind. I'll figure out what you want. Supposed to be a kind of a plant person, but not a plant person. With a balloon head. You know, okay. I don't know. That's kind of a weird looking thing, but all right. Got three more to put in here. So or do you think that's enough? I think that's enough. Let's go ahead and spend the next 40 minutes inking this bad boy up and see how it looks. Yeah. Little one man jam. I'm going to fill in as much of the black as I can. Here's me. Which Chris mentioned that a while ago. I've got just about half an hour left for this, and I put the timer on. So let's see if I can get this done. Go here. Um, Funny, watch Chris left, so I'm wondering if this was the start of day. Maybe it was. We had some nice stuff today, coloring my Catwoman and my, or not mine, but Bruce Timm's Breach of Thor's. And Martian, name escaping right now. Lars Taurus or Taurus Sack or something like that. Tarkus. That's what it is. I'm just trying to fill as much as the blacks as I can in here. Try and make it feel like it's a little bit. Finished. Jim Miller sketch cover. Yeah, I did, but I decided I didn't want to do that one because it wasn't quite what I will be able to finish today. And this, I should be able to get most of it. You have to be careful, however, not to smear my hand when I'm working this fast as a brush pen because it doesn't dry as quick as it should. I guess I'm just trying to fill in the blacks mostly here. Um, okay. Well, I don't know how much time I got. Yeah. This is 16. So, all right. We're down. I guess this all 8, but at 5, we will repeat the finished pieces. Okay. Again, just trying to fill mostly just to fill the blacks. All right. We got about 10 minutes or so here. So I'm going to switch back over from the brush to pens. Because again, 5.5 minutes. Might get cat when we're finished. Thanks. that was my. So there you have it. Working on it. Let's take a look here. About half inked. I'll have it finished in a little while, and I'll flip this up. What are you guys thinking? You think I should do a little more live draw, like maybe an hour a day in the afternoon, just talk about different things while I'm drawing? That's a possibility. But in the meantime, let's turn my camera off. While I readjust camera. There we go. Hello, hello. We have a finished Iron Man piece. Black and white like this. 50. If you want it in color, 75. A close up on the artwork there. You can see a lot of the technical illustrations, Kirby Crackle, etc. We also have Mars Occupation completely colored. Okay, just a second. Sorry about that. Okay, back to this again. March tax occupation, full page, our full cover, sketch cover. I believe I said 45 was the starting bid for this one earlier. If you're interested, let me see if I mentioned that. Yes, 45 starting bid for this one. And 45 starting bid for the dragon sketch. $35 starting bid for Iron Man. And when I get done with that one-man jam, that'll probably be in the $20 to $30 range for that one. Probably what's going to be. So, yeah, if you want to see that one again, I'll show you. Has a kind of a Romita Jr. Wolverine, a human fly. It's supposed to be caretaker or grave taker, undertaker. That's what I'm thinking of. Yeah, and then the little weird balloon head plant person thingy. Catwoman and Batman, and then Odie and Garfield, and then Chip from Green Lantern Corps. So there's a lot of different stuff in there. And I don't know if I'm gonna. I might even color it. We'll see. But if I do a color, it'll be a little bit more expensive. But we'll see. So those will be those, and I'll have those ready next week. We're gonna talk about finishing up one of these pieces. I'm gonna have this one ready, which is a Wolverine sketch, Savage Wolverine cover sketch. As you can see, it's just basic rough out. That'll be full colored. I'm gonna have quite a bit of other stuff. Gonna try to ink something full size, 11 by 17 on the board. We'll see. I have to find something that if I screw it up, I'm not too upset about, or I can redo it relatively quickly. I do have a few commissions I got to get done this week, so you might see those as well next this upcoming weekend. Let's see, what is our schedule like? Okay, next weekend is Memorial Day weekend, so we will do a live draw, but we will have actual sale of all the artwork that you're seeing and a bunch of other stuff on Saturday the 31st. Okay. So that's where, so, you've seen a little bit of the samples, what we're charging. And if I don't hear back on that Iron Man, I'm going to be a little bit annoyed, but that's typical. But anyway, As I was saying, tomorrow is Monday manga. We're going to be reviewing Adam the Beginning, chapters 1 and 2 from Titan Comics or Titan Manga. And then we're going to do Crowdfunding Tuesday. Hopefully, Chris will get his unboxing that day. He'll have his package from me, and then we can start showing some of my stuff a little bit more with prints and other things that are finished. He's got a lot of comics that he doesn't know he's getting and stuff in there, so it'll be interesting to see what he gets and how he reacts to that. Thursday is our our review night. There we go. And then Friday will be movie night. And let's see real quick what our things are for this week, if I can find it real quick. Yes. Okay. Next week, Friday, will be Ninja Batman versus Batman Ninja versus Yakuza League. That'll be our Friday one next week. Oh, you guys want to see the Midnight Monster one more time before we go for the night? Okay. He wants to be seen. So let him be seen. Right? We gotta let him be seen. Here he is. Here he is. Yeah. He wants to be seen. Okay, hello. It's only 5 o'clock. He always wants his dinner around 4, which is stupid because we eat 6 or 7, and then he wants to get fed again. He just wants attention more than anything else, I think. Hello. Hello. Okay. Now, as I was doing here, next week is, again, for Friday is that. And then don't knock my stuff off the table with your tail, you little monster. And then next week's books that we'll be reviewing will be including Cobalt Crisis, or Countdown to Cobalt Crisis, Bronze Star, #1, Exquisite Corpses, #1 from Image, Dark Regards, #1. I think that's an Oni book. I could be mistaken. Bug Wars, I think that's #3 or #4 from Image. Epitaphs of the Abyss, Floor, and a few other books from that creator. Animal Planet. I think that's what it's called. Planet Dark One, pardon me. From Dark One Williams. I'll do a quick grab here and show you what I mean. You'll also get one of these. We'll be looking at this as well. So, Fatal. Hopefully, Robo Wolf will show up at the comic store and I can pick that up. That's the plan. Moonshine Bigfoot #2. That looks like that Star Wars kind of homage there. And then Beauties and Peace by Craig Taylor. And also John Morris will be back, our third party, third reviewer. And that means he'll be reviewing, he wants to review Herculoids #3, and I forget what the other one is. Let me check real quick. Easiest way to do it. Great Garlu #0. He finally wants to, that's from the Nacelle verse. And then he wants to do, pardon me, sneeze there. Wants to do Lilo and Stitch as well because of the new movie. So he'll be reviewing those as well. And then, so we got quite a bit going on this coming week. So we appreciate you, as always, watching the show. If you will allow my kitty to behave for a minute here while I'm trying to get my stuff. I said, behave. Don't look at me like that. Okay. Contact me on Facebook at Lewis.BrightRaven, on Muskrat X channel at Lewis Brightrave 2. You can see more of my artwork at deviantart.com/BrightRaven. You can watch Quoth the Raven, Lewis Brightraven on YouTube. If you want commissions, you have questions, anything like that, Quoth the Raven LBR72@gmail.com. If I don't get back to you on that, try lewisbrightraven@yahoo.com. Thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow in the evening around 8 p.m. for Monday Manga. Until then, have a great weekend, folks. See you next time. Quoth the Raven. Nevermore.